Let out your own song. Begin to sing out your own song of worship.
Hi, this is Todd Fields of Worship Circle. I want to thank you for watching the live recording from our rest retreat. This thing we do call Worship Circle is for you as a worship leader. We know that ministry can be taxing on you and your family, and oftentimes we need a place to jump into, to be known, to be loved on, and be cared for. Our groups are open now. You can apply at worshipcircle.com/program. You can get more information there. And we'd love for you to pray about it and apply. Your application is not a commitment. It's just a chance for us to see you do what you do, where God has you planted right now. But we want you to know that you're loved and not alone. That's our purpose. And that we're with you, even though we can't see you, all around the world, one army of worshipers for the kingdom of God in our lifetime, joining heaven and earth. We care about you. We're here for you. Apply now at worshipcircle.com/program.
You, Lord, oh, your mercy never fails me. In all my days, I've been held in your hands. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God.
Every breath that I am
You have led me through the fire in my darkest night. You are close like no other. I've known you as a father. I've known you as a friend. Oh, I have lived in the goodness of God. Oh, and all my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. With my life laid down, I'm surrendered now. I give you everything. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. With my life laid down, I'm surrendered now. I give you everything. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. And all my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. Bless the Lord, oh my soul, oh my soul. Worship His holy name. Sing like never before, oh my soul. I worship Your holy name. The sun comes up, it's a new day dawning. It's time to sing Your song again. Whatever may pass and whatever lies before me, let me be singing when the evening comes. Bless the Lord, oh my soul, oh my soul. Worship His holy name. Sing like never before, oh my soul. I'll worship Your holy name. You're rich in love and You're slow to anger. Your name is great and Your heart is kind. For all Your goodness I will keep on singing. 10,000 reasons for my heart to find. Bless the Lord, oh my soul, oh my soul. Worship His holy name. Sing like never before, oh my soul. I'll worship Your holy strength is failing. The end draws near and my time has come. Still my soul will sing your praise unending. 10,000 years and then forevermore. Oh, bless the Lord, oh my soul. Oh, my soul, worship His holy name. Sing like never before. Oh, my soul, I worship Your holy name. Oh, I worship Your holy name. Lord, I worship Your holy. Jesus Christ, my King. What a beautiful name it is. Nothing compares to this. What a beautiful name it is. The name of Jesus. You didn't want heaven without us. So Jesus, you brought heaven down. My sin was great, your love was greater. What could separate us now? What a wonderful name it is. What a wonderful name it is. The name of Jesus Christ, my King. What a wonderful name it is. Nothing compares to this. What a wonderful name it is. The name of Jesus. What a wonderful name it is. The name of Jesus. How sweet is your name, Lord. How good you are. We love to sing your
هلا هلا هلا. هلا هلا هلا. Check, check, 1 2. Check 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 1 2.
sapere dumia bora, o sapere dumia.
Olonge sapere dumia bora, sapere dumia.
Olonge o sapere dumia bora, o sapere dumia.
Olonge sapere dumia bora, sapere dumia.
Olonge o sapere dumia bora, o sapere dumia.
Olonge sapere dumia bora, sapere dumia.
Sapere dumia bora, o sapere dumia.
Olonge sapere dumia bora, sapere dumia.
Olonge o sapere dumia bora, o sapere dumia.
Olonge sapere dumia. amagunju agazinibwa ab'obutiko gana amagunju
amagunju
gana amagunju
amagunju baba
gana amagunju agazinibwa ab'obutiko gana amagunju gana amagunju
amagunju sebo
gana amagunju agazinibwa ab'obutiko gana amagunju
ngale twetwale
gana amagunju gana amagunju agazinibwa ab'obutiko gana amagunju gana amagunju gana amagunju agazinibwa ab'obutiko gana amagunju
kalulu kamagunju
gana amagunju gana amagunju agazinibwa ab'obutiko gana amagunju
mama twetwale
gana amagunju gana amagunju agazinibwa ab'obutiko gana amagunju
mama twetwale sebo
gana amagunju
yewe kakuzirende ndakwaba he kakuzirende ndakwaba yibari mone yibari bishize yewe kakuzirimwe bakanyanya munterere ngoma nzane yibari yewe kakuzirende ndakwaba he kakuzirende ndakwaba yewe kakuzirimwe bakanyanya yewe ware muremere zana mushize yewe nanka wajumere bananye najumera zana mushize yewe kakuzirimwe bakanyanya nanka ware muremere zana mushize yebare mone yewe nanka watiboti babe bananye nati baba zana mone ureba yewe kakuzirende ndakwaba ose kakuzirende ndakwaba hati kosha kama kanga myambita abantu kagwana rukonda yewe kakuzirende ndakwaba kakuzirende ndakwaba zana mushishi ose kakuzirimwe bakanyanya kakuzirende ndakwaba zana mone nankanema wajumerere bananye najumera kakuzirende ndakwaba kakuzirende ndakwaba zana yewe jumerere bandanye najumera jama kakuzirende zana mushishi hati kasha kama kanga myambita abantu kagwa rukonda kwa meseri gyabenda nasirakshana katagiri makatwa tamisha bugtibishara zana mushishi yewe mpangala jumerere bananye najumera zana haterukuza kwa kayibanda rutara kusako no muyaga kwitumbe chibura maguru hachaka kaneza rizoba nirirenga zana mana hai wadana dana zana ma mebani panga chamita ejinjune gamba kurunji kaniyo migambire ejinjune yewe jinjune gamba kurunji zana mana ejinjune gamba kurunji kaniyo migambire ejinjune gamba yewe nanka wajumere gojumerere bananye najumera gamba ejinjune gamba kurunji kaniyo migambire ejinjune gamba yewe nanka wajumere wajumere bananye najumera gamba ejinjune gamba kurunji ejinjune gamba kurunji kaniyo migambire ejinjune
cherwanyo. Achuri no wake up cherwanyo.
Achuri no wake up cherwanyo.
Achuri no wake up cherwanyo.
Wow, thank you very much for that energetic performance, our Department of Performing Arts and Film. I request you to remain where you are because I'm going to say a few things, then I think you might continue for a minute. Yes, good morning everyone. We thank you for turning up for day 2. There are some special requests I would like to make before we really get into the proceedings. May I request, there is a high concentration of people seated there, but if you look, we will be projecting. So what we are requesting, the people who are highly concentrated, I had requested the ushering team to help me. It's a request. We need to fill this space first. Then when the other colleagues come in, they'll join those seats. So I'm requesting, if you know you're in the high concentration point, kindly just move and occupy these seats here. Then when the rest of the colleagues come in, they'll occupy this. May I request maybe the ushers to assist? We would like to start, but when we are projecting, for our own good, would like a picture that comes out visually so well. Just let us ensure row number 2, row number 3, sorry, number 3 is okay, but there are these 2 rows. Thank you so much. I wouldn't want to mention names, but just tell me, we are here, and it is for the good of all of us in the room that at least when we are projecting, we have a befitting projection of the proceedings. Then when the other people come in, they'll occupy those other seats, rather than us having a situation where we tell you, kindly give way so that this person occupies this other seat. Thank you so much. Now, as that goes on, kindly also ensure that your phone is in the silent mode. Do not switch it off. I know you'll be helping us to enhance the online visibility of day 2, but just ensure it is in the silent mode. I have also ensured that mine is in the silent mode. My name is Rita Namisango. I'll not be in position to know everyone's name in the room, but I'm requesting you do it on my behalf. Kindly turn to your neighbor and please ensure you know the name of the person seated next to you. You can greet them and welcome them to day 2 of the Annual Forum for Graduate Research and Policy Dialogue. Yes, I love that. Ensure you know the name of your neighbor, maybe the organization they work for. If he or she is a PhD student, it would be good if you know the discipline. You know, we are promoting multidisciplinarity, where different disciplines work together. So you could be from a particular college. Let me give an example of the college I love most, College of Humanities and Social Sciences. Yeah, clear. And maybe you're seated next to a person from College of Education and External Studies who would like you to discuss College of Engineering, Design, Art and Technology, College of Health Sciences, College of Computing and Information Sciences, School of Law. I think the team from School of Law will be joining us. College of Veterinary Medicine, Animal Resources and Biosecurity, College of Natural Sciences. We have all those disciplines. Oh, a bit higher. College of Natural Sciences, all right. I thought it is choose that is dominating. Let me mention again. College of Humanities and Social Sciences, yeah. Okay, College of Education and External Studies. Okay, there you are. College of Computing and Information Sciences. And you're seated together. Okay. I wanted the multidisciplinarity bit, but maybe we'll do it during the break. Oh, okay. College of Engineering, Design, Art and Technology. All right. School of Law. They were here. School of Law. Okay. We are fine. How are you? College of Health Sciences. All right. But there are people who, do we have people who belong to two colleges? Okay. And then we are glad that this forum is organized by the Directorate of Research and Graduate Training at Makerere University. We have the director, Professor Edward Bale, Director of Research and Graduate Training. He's already in the room. He could wave to us. Yes. Then we also have the Deputy Director, Professor Julius Chikoma, who is also our Chairperson Organizing Committee. He's already in the room. We have online participants. I don't know how to do it, but I think they'll do a thumbs up. They are following on Zoom. We shared the Zoom link. And we are also live streaming on Makerere University YouTube channel. I need a signal so that we know whether to start or to... Okay, maybe let us have some sounds for 2 minutes from Department of Performing Arts and Film. A beautiful sound. Thank you.
Tweyanze tweutama mungere baba nyabo tweyanze kagutema mungere sebo nze manyimba sagala today kagutema mungere baba ngambye tweyanze kagutema mungere sebo wabula tweyanze kagutema mungere Faba pafu tweyanzege kagutema bamongere sebo kona kungalo luyimba lunyumire kagutema bamongere baba nambye kone ngalo luyimba lunyumire kagutema bamongere akalulu kapafu eyo kagutema bamongere sebo nyabo tweyanzege kagutema bamongere kona kungomo luyimba lunyumire kagutema bamongere sebo yongere ngomo luyimba lunyumire tweyanze nyabo. Amperekera namunene, amperekera masotala, amperekera namunene,
Requested for 2 minutes. So, in 1 minute, just help me wrap up the Namunene beat. In 1 minute. We will do it later? Or 1 minute? Okay. People, let's see how 1 minute from the Department of Performing Arts and Film is.
Enda muogo yezala balungi n'ababyo moyo mulondo goyagala gukulondola. Enda muogo yezala balungi n'ababyo moyo mulondo goyagala. Mama enda muogo yezala balungi n'ababyo moyo mulondo goyagala gukulondola. Yezala balungi n'ababyo moyo mulondo goyagala gukul. Ambye enda muogo yezala balungi n'ababyo moyo mulondo goyagala gukulondola. Enda muogo yezala balungi n'ababyo moyo mulondo goyagala gukul. Mama enda muogo yezala balungi n'ababyo moyo mulondo goyagala gukulondola. Yezala balungi n'ababyo goyagala gukul. Ani na muogo wange namudali wano singa muyita naida basinga mulaba. Yezala, yezala, moyo mulondo goyagala gukul. Mama namre muogo yezala balungi n'ababyo moyo mulondo goyagala gukulondola. Enda muogo yezala balungi n'ababyo moyo mulondo goyagala gukul. Mama nakula kisajja manyi ngewulira bwe mube kikondo bwe nkibutola baba. Enda muogo yezala balungi n'ababyo moyo mulondo goyagala gukul. Mama enda muogo yezala balungi n'ababyo moyo mulondo goyagala gukulondola. Enda muogo yezala balungi n'ababyo moyo mulondo goyagala gukul. Mama enda muogo yezala, yezala, enda muogo goyagala gukulondola. Yezala balungi n'ababyo moyo mulondo goyagala gukul. Mama enda muogo yezala balungi n'ababyo moyo mulondo goyagala gukulondola. Enda muogo yezala balungi n'ababyo moyo mulondo goyagala gukul. Mama nakula kisajja manyi ngewulira bwe mube kisenge ngumi nkibutola baba.
Purely 2 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for ensuring that we are entertained to the best of your ability. Let us give them a befitting hand clap. Yes, I welcome you all, our physical participants here at Makerere University Yusuf Lule Central Teaching Facility Auditorium. And I also welcome our online participants. This is day 2 of the annual forum for graduate research and policy dialogue. Permit me to invite Professor Julius Chikoma to give us a recap of day 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Director of Communications for this event, Rita. Good morning, everybody. You're very welcome back to this event on the second and final day of this forum. I've been asked to do a very simple job, to put together a few key highlights of what happened yesterday. I know you were here, but who knows, you were not able to, to attend all the different sessions. So my team that was recording put together a few key points that I would like to share, but also for the world that was not able to be with us. to know some of the key issues that came through from yesterday's deliberations. So this year's forum was graced yesterday by the presence of the Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Minister of State for Higher Education, Dr. G.S.C. Muyingo, and who opened this event yesterday. And this event was also an opportunity for him to launch it as an annual forum. Starting from this year and every other year, we will have this forum. So he launched it as an annual event. He also used the same occasion to launch the Research and Information Management System, the RIMS, and the demonstration of which was actually performed yesterday here. In attendance was the Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, actually even ended up giving a keynote as well. In addition, the event was graced by Professor Mkadas Mbuyinza, who is the academic registrar, but also shared with the audience as the principal investigator for the project that led to the design of the RIMS project, the RIMS system. In addition, this event was, the opening ceremony was also attended and graced by the Director of Research and Graduate Training, Professor Bale, who is once again here with us this morning. As I mentioned, an insightful keynote address was delivered by Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, who urged government to support research efforts, and he appealed to government not to cut funding for research, since the university has support mechanisms and infrastructure to drive research in the country to accelerate the development agenda in all spheres. He also noted that industrialization in this country will not happen unless we invest and engage in research. And he definitely gave that clarion call that government should continue to invest in research. A few highlights from the specific papers that were shared yesterday, one of which I can point out is that almost every paper that was presented yesterday made a point to highlight that research is an important tool for raising awareness and to foster the implementation of key development areas in Uganda's political, economic, social, and technological spheres, as well as in health, the environment, and many other aspects of societal well-being. The second highlight is about the huge challenge that our researchers and academics here have on their hands, because many studies remain on the university shelves and libraries and do not find their way to the implementation stage at local and national levels. And it was observed at that stage that there is need for research uptake strategies that should be devised by scholars to not only transfer knowledge, but also its use. And of course, highlighting the importance of a forum like this, where we bring the researchers to interface with policymakers. Of note also were calls of multidisciplinary research teams, and which were echoed as a catalyst for championing a broad understanding of the different issues that may impact on development, and also foster reception and implementation by policymakers at both local and international levels. Another issue that came through from yesterday's deliberation was regarding minority groups and marginalized persons who continue to be on the increase, and yet there are no adequate interventions for them as people. And so preliminary information suggests that growing numbers are on the increase, but their exact statistics are not adequately and routinely captured. Again, that is an area that definitely is a key concern that came through, and there are no efforts to plan and structure interventions to support growing numbers of people with disabilities, for instance, and as well as such interventions as those on sexual and reproductive rights. Another issue that came through from yesterday's deliberation concerns the studies that have presented the need to close the knowledge gap in different interventions across numerous development sectors, implementation issues to address capacity building and financing of interventions to foster meaningful and lasting impacts and drive growth and development. Some studies have made a case for the increase in the generation of bankable data to foster decision-making and policy formulation in key areas such as health, environment, and energy. So that's, again, another issue that definitely all papers, given that majority of the papers yesterday were focusing on policy, these are issues that really came through to point out the need for ensuring that what comes out of the research should be something that, you know, really contributes value to the communities where this research is originating from. Another issue that was noted were the many presentations highlighting the resourcefulness of community engagement and collaboration in research undertakings as an essential step to foster uptake and use of research projects and use of research products. So this is, again, just adding to the earlier points, ensuring, just highlighting the need for recognizing that the communities where these researches are conducted must be seen as sources of knowledge that must be part of the co-creation of that knowledge if it is going to be useful to those communities where the research is coming from. Other aspects that the presentation is addressed include resource constraints to enable scaling up for research efforts towards implementation, technological constraints, as well as societal cultural biases, attitudes, and stereotypes. Ladies and gentlemen, I could continue, but I think those are some of the key highlights that came from the about 30 presentations that we witnessed yesterday across the different spectrum of our students, researchers. And similarly, we're expecting similar presentations this today, and before we eventually close this forum later in the afternoon. I think I'll leave it at that. I thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Julius Chikoma. We now have a thorough understanding of what happened yesterday in the respective breakaway rooms. May I invite the Directorate of Research and Graduate Training, Professor Edward Bale, to speak to us.
Thank you very much, Rita. Our chief guest, DVCAA, represented by Professor Buyinza Mukadas, the academic registrar, the principals and the deputy principals present, the deputy director, DRGT, deans and heads of departments present, faculty members and administrative staff are present, the president of the PhD fellows, the executive committee of the PhD fellows, our esteemed graduate students, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. We cannot get tired to recap the strategic direction of the university. Our university has made a resolution to walk a journey towards becoming a research-intensive university. And for sure, Makerere University is one of the research-intensive universities on this continent. And in so doing, the university identified the key pillars, which as the director of research and graduate training, I cannot actually stop mentioning. One of the pillars is graduate training. And actually standing before you, our esteemed graduate students, we recognize your contribution as the architects of knowledge production, pioneers of innovation, and the catalysts of progress. We count on you in terms of your dedication, your thirst for discovery that must shape the future of our university and contribute to the socio-economic transformation. The target of the university, I mentioned this yesterday, is to have 30% of our student body composed of graduate students by 2030. And so we are in need of many more graduate students to be enrolled at Makerere University because of the research intensity aspiration that the university has, and that the university cannot go very far if we don't have very many graduate students. Yesterday, I emphasized the conducive environment the university has created to enhance research and innovation that our students must leverage and embrace. And I can mention a few of these. We have different policies in place, which we actually employ our students to read. They are online. There is, as you do your research, we have the intellectual property management policy, we have the research and innovations policy, but at the same time, we even have the intellectual property management office. So as researchers, you need to get used to all these services and policies that the university has put in place to make sure that your research is well facilitated. And at the same time, Makerere University is very resolute to explore and walk the entire journey along the research value chain, from research and innovation to commercialization. And in line with this, the Makerere University Unipod, which is actually on this very building, was established to package and market research outputs and innovations for impactful adaptation and adaptation within communities. The Makerere University Unipod, which is multidisciplinary, it is not specific to a discipline. We have witnessed a clip from performing arts that actually produced out an innovation through the MAC Unipod. And everybody of us, all of us researchers, you can even visit and have a round of touring, learning more about it, because you never know, you might need it. But all I wanted to emphasize is that the university has created these facilities to enhance research, but most importantly, to move along the entire value chain from research and innovation to commercialization. And also, I want to emphasize, again, in a research-led agenda, the need for publication, and Makerere University, in her wisdom, established the Makerere University press. We have a press, we have a Mac press, and all of us, both faculty members and students, we must use the Mac press to publish our research work for visibility, for outside consumption, and that Mac press is well recognized across the globe, across the continent, and that the works that you publish through the Mac press will see wide consumption and wide appreciation. Dear AR, yesterday we witnessed a lot of good things in this room, from the launch of the annual forum, but also the launch of the RIMS, which I'll talk about a little bit later. But today is the second day of this annual forum for graduate research and policy dialogue. This platform is very important to Makerere University because of our strategic aspiration. And so my thinking at one time was that maybe we make it biannual, because there is a lot of work that we must share out there. And the meetings like this are those that must dominate in a university whose aspiration is to be research intensive. I don't know, Madam President, if you want to think about it as a biannual event to create basically more opportunities for other students, many more students to present. So this forum provides a platform to showcase of the potential of graduate research as a driver for socio-economic transformation, not only in Uganda, but across the African region and beyond. And it also serves to enhance the capacity of our graduate students to engage effectively in policy dialogue and debates. And as the Directorate, we are committed to enhance such meetings, to enhance such interactions. We are very grateful that the University Central Management, the Vice Chancellor, is very, very much passionate, and we received a lot of support financially and otherwise to make sure that this takes place. Yesterday and today, we again witnessing a wide array of path-breaking and transformational research papers from our graduate students across all colleges of Makerere University. Professor Biyinza, there is a book I think they are going to share with you. There is a scientific committee we established to review and select these. And so we had sort of a blind peer review process that actually selected those papers that are being presented today and those that were presented yesterday. And so we are very much sure of the quality of the work that our graduate students are presenting. And so I want to extend my warm congratulations to all our students that presented yesterday, but also presented today. The fact that you appeared and presented is a testament to the fact that your work is your work is very good, believe in your work, and take in the comments that you received with positivity and enthusiasm to uplift that work to another level. The work is very good. The fact that you have presented, the work is very good, and the work will help to transform our communities. Allow me, Prof. Biyinza, to definitely, I wouldn't preach to a bishop in where I come from, but also to a pope or to imam. because he knows better the scriptures and all that. The rims, for which you are a genesis of this, was very exciting for us yesterday in this room where it was officially launched. But before that, we presented the same to the University of Management, for which you are a member, and to us as DRGT, that was a great milestone. I expected a lot of enthusiasm to our students, the doctoral students in the room, because this one is for you. Okay? And I want to say that you are going to be the first beneficiaries, because you have not yet graduated and the system is being rolled out, and definitely you are going to benefit from the various virtues, the stronger points of the RIMS. And the RIMS is helping us to report every stage of the student's progress. That's wonderful. Although at the same time, if you now on the part of the student, you are the one that is lazy and running away from the supervisor, again RIMS will pick that and bring it to light, because Prof. Buyins, I know you have been in my position for a long time, but the blame games are everywhere. The supervisor will blame, the student will blame, but now RIMS, well thought out, is coming in to make sure that there is this reporting online, can be seen by the academic registrar, can be seen by the vice chancellor, and what have you. And very importantly, this RIMS is integrated with ACMIS, and so is going to streamline the graduation process of graduate students. There won't be, when you are graduating, that submission came late, because I mean, submission will be done earlier at college level, all documents loaded into the system, and then we can be able to see that yes, you did your exams, if your program requires that you do exams, and yes, you have also done the research component, and that you are fit to graduate. So to me, this is wonderful on the part of Makerere University management, but at the same time on the part of our graduate students. Why am I dwelling on this? Because my thinking is and was that our graduate students did not understand the importance yesterday of the RIMS. This RIMS is for you, but also for us. And so I think, I'm sorry for dwelling on that. And at DRGT, the manual handling of graduate processes, file not seen, and this and the other is behind us. And so we are going online, we are digital, and so everything will be there and will make processes much more quicker. And I know some of you have been used to issues. My clearance form got lost and all that. RIMS will allow you to upload the clearance form yourself. And so there won't be anything like that. And so because of that, I want to extend my gratitude to Professor Buyins, who is the initiator, the principal investigator of this RIMS, which is for us, university managers, for you, university graduate students. And it is going to help us a lot. It deserves a round of applause. And so in conclusion, I want to extend my appreciation to our team leader, the Vice Chancellor, for the vision leadership in steering the university towards a research-intensive university. Ladies and gentlemen, all the universities that we admire are research-intensive. And because of that, then our journey to becoming a research-intensive university is, we needed it many years ago, but we are on the road. And I would also like to commend the organizing committee. 2 days of events is not very easy to organize, let alone the audience. It becomes difficult to hold the audience together after big people have gone and all that. But I want to thank you very much for the good organization, Professor Chikoma and your team, but also the president and your executive for this. And I want to say that for next year, the annual meeting, whether it will be biannual or annual, let us aim very high, and let us aim to make sure that the entire auditorium is full. I want to extend my thanks to Professor Buyinza, the academic registrar, for the quick turnaround, because I received a message this morning from the DVCAA saying that you will come and preside over this meeting. And I know most likely it also came as a short notice, but your being here is a testament to your passion for graduate training, which you have served for a very long period of your career at Makerere. Professor Buyinza deserves a round of applause for coming. So as the forum continues today, I want to wish all of us fruitful deliberations, and the comments are going to come. Take them with the positivity. Your work is already very good, but comments in an academic environment, there is no good enough academic piece. Even what you have presented and published in a very high impactful journal will have comments from academicians. And so when comments come, it's normal, even if it is done by who. Once you are inside the university or outside the university, but you are surrounded by academics, then comments are normal, and they always come. Thank you very much. As we build for the future, for God and my country.
Thank you very much. I am honored that we have a deputy principal physically present. May I request Professor Kizito Maria Kasule to take up that other chair next to Professor Julius Chikoma. That is Dr. Maria Kizito Kasule, the Deputy Principal, College of Engineering, Design, Art and Technology. I'm also glad, I think in the audience I saw Professor Arthur Tugume, but I think he has moved out. He'll come back. Yes. Let us thank the Institute of Open Distance and E-Learning that is managing the virtual presentations and also live streaming. IODEL, Makerere University, is under the College of Education and External Studies. Let us also give a befitting hand clap to the online participants. Yes, to our online participants, that's the love from the physical participants here at Makerere University, Yusuf Lule Central Teaching Facility. We also have a dedicated team of digital influencers for the annual forum. The digital communications team comprises people with expertise in ensuring that we are visible online. We have Makerere Advancement Office, Makerere Public Relations Office, Landmark Media, DICTS, Ministry of Education and Sports, Uganda Media Center, and other digital influencers. They are online and ensuring that whatever is taking place during this annual forum is visible online. Now, Professor Winza Mukadas needs no introduction. Most of us witnessed him yesterday prominently. He's the principal investigator for the Research Information Management System RIMS that was launched yesterday, and I believe most of you recall whatever he said in his remarks. If I remember, the director of DICTS, Mr. Samuel Mugabe, praised Professor Winza for not only being a principal investigator for RIMS, but he had turned into a digital expert, almost understanding every aspect of the system. And that was so good. So his former director, Directorate of Research and Graduate Training, currently our academic registrar at Makerere University. So this morning, he was the most suitable person to represent the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs, Professor Umaru Kakumba. Professor Umaru Kakumba was scheduled to be with us, but we have another delegation that came in, and he's been requested to meet the delegation, our international partners, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor. So let us welcome Professor Winza Mukadas in all the capacities I have mentioned, including the capacity of Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs for this session. Yes, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Rita. Dear Director, Professor Bale, Director of Research and Graduate Training, my colleague, Professor Chikoma, the Deputy Director, Graduate Training, my colleague, Professor Maria Chizito, Deputy Principal Sedat, my daughter Claire, the President of the PhD Forum. I've seen even your predecessor. I saw Gerard. Thank you very much. Researchers in the room, students, ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to you all. I've been requested to stand in for the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs and Research, who is unable to join you, but he fully aligns his vision with the discussion ongoing today. I would say good morning to you all, and I want to say that this PhD forum, I always prefer to call it a doctor convention, is one important activity in the university where the students, both current and prospective students, come to share their vision about their research ideas and also share their experiences of their academic function and also journey. The theme of this year, I was here yesterday, I well know the theme, it was put to us, it's regional integration and development. The theme this year is really in tune with the vision of our university's strategic plan and rightly depicts the role that the university has to play in national and regional development efforts. Of course, we are aware that our society today is increasingly becoming very complex. We live in a world that is witnessing emerging and re-emerging development challenges resulting from health-related pandemics, climate change, energy, renewable energy, natural resource disasters, food insecurity, conflicts, civil strife, name it. All of these challenges require evidence-based knowledge and information to feed into the mitigation plan of all those challenges. Of course, Makerere University
continues to address these challenges through impactful research, for which you are the primary agents of that research. Friends of mine, world over, doctor convention is the only known pathway that we know that doctor students come together to share their research proposals and receive constructive feedback. I'm very sure that the whole of yesterday you received the presentations and you are able to engage with the proponents of these ideas in a very friendly atmosphere, we believe. The doctor convention of this nature should welcome both the previous and also the present PhD students, because then that's when you create inroads between those who have gone through the journey and those that are aspiring, or those that are currently undertaking their PhD programs. So we believe it gives you that platform to reflect on the identified research topics and also, most importantly, network between yourselves. Friends of mine, if this symposium, this convention, is to help the next generation of researchers and academics, both at Makerere and even in Uganda, to form connections and gain advice on their research ideas, I wish to advise that you then have to work with multidisciplinary perspective. You need to open up. We are talking about open science today. Our generation cannot afford to give you space to work within your discipline peers. You cannot go to a department and only talk to your subject experts. No, open science dictates that you must open up and receive perspectives from all disciplines, be it natural, be it social science, be it health sciences. You need to come together and build formidable research teams that will work around the multifaceted problems of the day. Of course, I know that the current drive of Ugandan public universities, as my colleague Professor Bali has put it, is to quickly transit. Okay, the drive is to transit into centers of excellence in graduate training by facilitating training of high caliber staff, but also enabling the development of new PhD curricula. Makerere University is currently developing taught PhD curricula almost in every discipline, because we believe that it is the only way you can receive that cross-cutting integrative knowledge that you clamor to have, and also to capacitate you to deliver and also address the challenges of the day. I know you are subject experts in your own right, but I want to tell you one thing. The ultimate benefit of research lies not only in the generation of new knowledge. Every PhD research idea, we always ask, what is the new knowledge? What is new in your study? If you are defending your thesis, we say, what is new? Okay? Because we expect you to be novel and come up with new knowledge at all times at PhD level. However, sadly, it does not end there. The ultimate goal is for you to translate that knowledge into impactful solutions to societal challenges. If you are an expert in immunology, as my friend presented here yesterday, if you are an expert in forestry, an expert in economics, that economics will not make impact unless it is translated into solutions to challenges. So you must be able to move from academic impact to policy impact. How do you do that? It's through engagements of this kind. We know for sure that in order to reach this objective of translating knowledge into impacts, to reach that objective, it is imperative that the entire research process should be pursued with the context of contemporary knowledge, good ethics, effective policy, of course adequate resources, and international cooperation. You need to cooperate, because currently we are talking about cross-border development challenges. Our challenges here cannot be for Uganda alone. They are regional in nature. Therefore, you need always to network and also establish working lines with experts in your discipline in Tanzania, Kenya, and elsewhere. So it's for that reason that we always emphasize multi-level, multidisciplinary approaches that support the exploration of new ways of using these disciplinary perspectives that you are generating during, and methodologies that you are generating during your PhD. It is therefore gratifying that this convention does not only help you to discuss your discipline expertise, but also it provides a supportive community of scholars, okay, that really come together to discuss and promote the societal and intellectual interactions between you, your mentors, your supervisors, your administrators, DRGT, and the university in general. Of course, I'm alive to the fact that the challenges you face still persist. My successor, Professor Professor Bale, was talking about the environment we work in. Of course, not everybody will appreciate that we are doing all it takes to create that harmonious, enabling environment for you to excel. But within ourselves, at least we have taken that resolve to work towards that. Can we play our role? We've created enabling policies. We are working with the supervisors. Then what remains is for you to play your part of the function such that you can commit time and undertake your research project. Colleagues of mine, I know for sure that you've been working. Yesterday you are here. You've been preparing for these 2 days. You received the submissions yesterday. Today you are here to receive submissions. I want to encourage you that you take advantage of this golden opportunity to disseminate your research results during this convention, and also take time to share some of your challenges with your peers here, because I know there could be specific student supervisor challenges that you are facing. Can you maybe discuss those challenges with colleagues here? You never know. One of them could have experienced the same and they found an effective solution to it. If the chemistry is not working out between you and your supervisor, you are not bonding, how do you manage that? Okay? Do you run to Professor Bale and ask for termination of contract such that you get a new supervisor? Maybe it is too early. You need to find other amicable settlement ways to settle the challenge. Therefore, I also encourage you to embrace the philosophy of interconnectivity. Interconnectivity. It is evident that different disciplines do not act in isolation, especially during our current generation. You cannot afford to say, I'm a historian, therefore I have no business listening to a medic. I'm an engineer, I have no business listening to a person of literature. Okay? If you still have that mentality, then times have changed. You are living in the past. Okay? I encourage you to attend all of the sessions, even those outside your research field, to get a broader insight and be able to see your project in terms of the broader picture, the development agenda. Finally, I wish to extend the gratitude of Professor Umalo Kakumba, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, who is not here, whom I'm representing. Gratitude to the DRGT leadership, the government of Uganda, development partners that have maybe supported you at the different levels of your PhD journey. And also, of course, I know that RIF, okay, the government of Uganda through RIF has also supported us in different ways. Of course, this support has has enabled us to reach these tremendous achievements we are reporting today in terms of research outputs and innovation at Makerere University, and of course we shall continue to build the next generation of academics through you that are here today. I wish you fruitful deliberations as we build for the future. Thank you very much and wish you well.
Thank you very much, Professor Buyinza. Yes, he has emphasized multidisciplinary research, open science, and building formidable research teams. And Makerere University is currently developing taught PhD curriculum that will be implemented across all disciplines. I was able to capture that, but I know you captured so much more. Yes. Now, when you're at Makerere University and you're pursuing your academics, teaching and learning and research, there are certain things that come your way. So I'm glad we have a session on mental health and wellness. As you aspire to be this prolific PhD student, this researcher, this teacher, this person who goes into the field, how do you ensure that you remain mentally healthy and well? Before the expert comes to speak to us, permit me to recognize a few people who are online. I've been able to notice Dr. Cyprian Misinde, the Director Quality Assurance, is following online. I've also been able to notice Mr. Evarist Bainomugisha, the University Basa, Makerere University, is following online. I'll be doing the recognitions later on. So, mental health and wellness. Just help me emphasize to your neighbor the aspect of the session we are getting into. As you go into the field, as you face stress, financial, academic, family, name it, how do you ensure that you remain mentally healthy and well? Let us welcome Professor Julius Chikoma to take us through the mental health and wellness session. Thank you.
Once again, good morning. The Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, here represent the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, here represented by Professor Mukadas Buyinza, the Director, DRGT, the President of the PhD Student Forum, and all, my brother, the Deputy Principal, Sedat, and all participants. I was asked to come and talk about the issue of mental health and well-being on the PhD journey. I think partly because in terms of disciplinary orientation, I'm a psychologist, but I think partly because of the cliches that we find in society about PhD, some of which yesterday the VC mentioned some of them. You know, when you do a PhD, it's as if everyone knows it. And normally you will hear the following cliches: permanent head damage, poor hair distribution. Pull him or her down. And many others, I'm sure you also have others that are emerging. But these were three of them that even my time when I undertook a PhD, I actually encountered those words or those concepts. Of course, I looked around when I joined the PhD program at the University of Cape Town. I was keen to check those people who were on the PhD program. And actually, to my surprise, I didn't have anyone who had poor hair distribution. Even, the oldest lady we were studying with from Israel, she was 76 years, but she had all her hair. And when I engaged with the colleagues, I found they were authentic. It wasn't like, there was anything to speak about these other cliches that we had. But there's a way this conception of what PhD is about can actually create something in your mind that you are not an ordinary student, and that the endeavor itself is also not one that is going to leave your state of mind the same. So because of that, the organizing committee and other program directors of this function felt it is important to have a continuing conversation around these issues. Even if these cliches are not happening to you, there is something about your health and well-being that we must continue to hold some conversation on. So I decided to organize my reflection on this question of mental health and well-being of doctoral studies and generally graduate studies around two points. One, the question of the prevalence of mental health problems generally among the graduate student body, as well as the question of, the organizational factors, the institutional arrangements that relate to PhD graduate training that could actually be part of the source of mental health challenges that graduate students may go through. I do this partly because of my administrative role in the university. My administrative role, of course, puts me in direct experience of students having challenges, and combined with being professionally a psychologist, I sense some of those challenges when students come to me and complaining. So I decided that I will talk around those two issues. In terms of the prevalence of mental health problems among graduate students, it starts from the fact that students, generally today's student, and the experiences they go through as students is very overwhelming, partly because of the nature of student life, of graduate studies generally, at a time like the one that we are in. And for many graduate students, you'll find, okay, there's a challenge in terms of the microphone keeping on, coming on and off. For many graduate students, being a graduate student comes with new personal responsibilities, as well as demanding academic challenges of the programs that my graduate students register for. And so there's a lot of more pressure than ever to succeed as a graduate student, but also in the responsibilities that you have. The nature of graduate life at Makerere is such that you are both a student, but you are also an employee, given that most of our programs predominantly are fee-paying. So you have to continue to work. You're a working student. You have to continue to pay attention to the demands of work as well as the pressures of the programs. And the programs have their own pressures which dictate that attention is paid to the tasks of the program. I always keep listening to students complaining that, you see, when you go on a particular course, some of those professors behave as if I'm only studying their course. And yet I have many other courses which have professors that behave in the same way. So, you know, the work on the PhD program itself is pulling you in different directions. Similarly, the work in your workplace is also pulling you. So that obviously creates a lot of pressure on you, and definitely you can definitely experience some levels of stress. But let me say something about stress. Stresses that come in our daily life, per se and on their own, will not directly really cause mental illness, because all of us will go through pressures, and sometimes those pressures are good for motivating us to actually do more. But they can certainly affect our emotional resilience and our overall well-being in a way which leaves us more vulnerable to developing mental health problems such as depression and anxiety. Now, I was trying to go through some of studies that have been done around mental health of university students here at Makerere. They still are not enough, but also in terms of what they focus on, we still need a lot of data in order to really accurately diagnose the nature and extent of the problem of mental health of our graduate students. So we are still yet to be confident of the nature of the mental health challenges of our graduate students. And as professionals, we cannot just declare the way some of these newspapers sometimes put very, very worrying headlines, where they will say that the level of mental health or mental illnesses of the population is so worrying. We cannot just declare without robust and hard data. We don't have enough, but the challenge we see with commentary and what has been written about the prevalence and the nature of mental health is that there is a lot of lack of technical and clear understanding of the differences between mental disorders, mental health problems, and poor well-being. And that's why I've titled my reflection today as mental health and mental well-being, because there is a difference between those two. And sometimes that confusion can actually reinforce misconceptions which are actually counterproductive, because mental health is a spectrum spanning from someone being mentally well to someone being mentally ill. And everyone falls on that spectrum somewhere. So on one extreme end of the spectrum, we have mental wellness. And on the other, we have mental illness. And along there, all of us fall along there. We fall on that spectrum. And we move along it. And we have the potential to swing from one extreme, where we are completely mentally well, to being completely mentally ill. All of us as humans, we have that capacity and potential. But But cutoffs for what counts as a disorder, which is what in our profession would count as now being a candidate for needing support, vary depending on the measure used and the tools that we use in mental health. What we need to take from this conversation for me in distinguishing between mental health and mental well-being is that it is about having the emotional resilience. Mental health and mental well-being is about having the mental resilience to cope with everyday pressures, undertake productive work, and enjoy life while having a belief in one's own and others' worth. Now, that last condition is very important. It is not enough to only care about your own well-being and worth as an individual. You have to recognize that you don't live in a vacuum. And so your own mental health is also dependent on other people's mental health. So you don't behave as if what matters is your own health. Because your own health may actually be a problem to another person. So it is not just about the absence of mental illness, but it is not just about the absence of mental illness, because one can have a good mental well-being, yet be diagnosed as mentally ill. All right? So we must recognize that the two go hand in hand: mental well-being and mental health. Mental health means that you actually don't have, those challenges that could actually be recognized by mental health experts as needing care and support and intervention. And when you have that health, you also must be able to recognize that your health or ill health has an effect on others around you. And that state of health has the potential to trigger a similar state of health in others. So when you are anxious, when you are under stress, the tendency and the potential for you to actually affect others with your stress is very high. And that's why you need to recognize that your own health must ensure that it does not affect others. And if it starts affecting others, then you know you need support. We have experienced cases where you go to someone's office, or someone gives you a call, either a co-worker or even a boss. But from the way they interact with you, they're just asking, you may be interacting on something very simple, but their response might give you some indication that something else is happening to this person's life. So already they are exporting what is going on internally and sharing it with you. And if it is a supervisor-supervisee relationship, and especially if it's a student-supervisee and a professor-supervisor relationship, that already starts creating conditions for affecting the mental health of the student, because the power relations are such that the supervisor is in a very high position. So whether he's saying this because of something else that is going on might now be interpreted by the student that the student is saying something wrong, even when there was nothing wrong that the student has actually said. So it is important that the well-being and mental health go hand in hand for an enhanced relationship. And when it comes to supervisor-supervisee relationship, it has the potential of spilling over either way, to either the supervisee or the student. It can also be the other way. The student can actually stress the supervisor. And we have those experiences as well. Students stressing supervisors, as well as supervisors stressing students. Both have the potential to stress and affect the well-being and the health of each other. So useful diagnosing and indicating, and once we realize that actually someone has proportions that are not manageable by just someone who is working with them and they need a professional, it is important so that we know what somebody is going through, if they have depression and so on. But we need to be aware about labeling. You know, mental health labels help the practitioner to know what they are dealing with, to support the person who has a problem. If you have a disorder, all these depressions and other, technical language that mental health experts use. It's very important and it's useful. But then we need to be careful, especially for us who are not even experts. When we learn of it that someone is undergoing a depression, it is important we don't so much emphasize the label of this person, because it can be a source of stigma and other things that come with labeling people with mental illnesses. So they are important, but we have to exercise care in how we use them to refer to what someone is going through. We also find that from some of the studies that I went through, just to get some sense of how much is this a problem at Makerere and in institutions of higher learning. Of course, the nature of the program I mentioned, the nature of the activities that PhDs are expected to deliver results on. Increasingly, there are many, and there are so many and frequent because of the layers of reporting your outputs. So that in itself is a challenge, and for people who may have been out of school for some time and now they have come back and now they are forced to go under that rigorous exercise, it definitely is going to create challenges for students. But I'll read you here a quote that is very interesting for us to recognize that education has always proved, higher education especially, has always proved to be a challenging time for students all the time, not only today, even though we may think that today what we are going through is so unique and peculiar. But look, just listen to this quote. That is a quote that was written in 1963. The student of today is too hurried, too badly housed, and working under too many strenuous conditions, where the climate of the university is also ill-suited to relieving tensions, which often reach breaking point. So while we might think that these things are unique today, but it's in the nature of the education system that actually higher education imposes on us. But today we also find that social media is a relatively new phenomenon, and that it affects our well-being. While it provides empowerment by giving us a platform to voice and enable our maintenance of relationships, which may otherwise be lost, social media can also be very damaging. It can have damaging effects, because constant comparison with the lives of others may have a negative impact on our self-esteem and the feelings of life satisfaction, which we may go through in the process of our studies, because we are studying, we are working, but because we are also comparing with others who are not in the same situation we are in. Just because social media is making all this information available to us for comparison, it is also a danger, and we must beware how we actually use social media as part of our lives as students. So all this I've just shared with you above is to indicate that in terms of prevalence and awareness of mental health, clearly the trend shows that at our campuses here, there is an increasing trend of issues that point to mental health challenges for our graduate students. But some of the issues that come with those mental health challenges are not created by individual graduate students uniquely. They also have an institutional environment challenge. The nature of the university systems, the nature of the organizational systems of universities may also contribute to mental health challenges and may create problems for students. And they may make it difficult for students to go through their work, go through their studies effectively, and make them even more vulnerable to mental health conditions such as anxiety, depression, bipolar disorders, eating disorders, as well as hazardous drinking challenges. These are some of the 4 issues that some of the studies I checked about mental health challenges of graduate students. It is either about anxiety, they are too anxious on delivering on their tasks. Some of them are starting to experience some forms of depression. Some of them are not eating properly, so irregular patterns of eating, as well as drinking that is going to affect their normal functioning. So the organizational factors that create vulnerability for students to experience these kind of conditions include difficulties in transition from work or from other aspects of life that you were living before you came here, and you have to continue to be responsible there, but now you also have to address the challenges here. So many times that is a very challenging situation, transiting. To become a full-time student, many of our programs, almost all of them, are such that they are full-time. We have very few programs where students are undertaking them as part-time. Part-time would give you more time, but full-time means that the way the professors are engaging with you is they know that you are with them full-time. But remember, some of us, or some of you, have actually come here, but the workplace does not even know that you are here. So that's one of the challenges that is institutionally created, but which can be a candidate for students experiencing mental health and mental wellness issues. The other issue is to do with transient lifestyles. Transient lifestyles is simply meaning that these challenges caused as a result of living at home for half the time and also at the university for the other half of the time. Almost similar to the other issue, but then emphasizing that the balancing of these spheres of life, that you are half there, half the other side, itself requires skills, but also knowledge, that it requires separate skill set that, and also support systems that must allow you to keep on balancing. So those transient lifestyle issues are also creating mental health challenges, and students end up experiencing mental health issues such as depression, anxiety, and other forms of stress. Now, how do students cope with this? Or what are the challenges that those institutional environments pose and that require skills sets that we must, as a university, build in the students? One of the things that become very easy and very difficult for students to actually cope with these challenges is the question of emotional resilience. Emotional resilience itself means that you face an adversity, but you you build capacity, both internally, emotionally, and you are able to actually come back. You may have, for instance, when someone loses someone, it's a devastating experience, but then you have to grow the ability to overcome those feelings of loneliness, of despair, of worry, and so on. So that, again, you pick up yourself, because life must continue. But that is something that the studies are showing, that this is an area where a lot of skills building is needed among our students. Mental strength to be able to emotionally go through some of these challenges that are created by the environment of study, the environment of the institution having a lot of demands. Of course, the other issue is issues to do with finance and debt. Financial difficulties are another problem that can actually create other knock-on effects, including the behaviors, depression, alcohol abuse, and being dependent on using substances. And this, we have seen, is creating a lot of corrosive effects on the mental health of our students. Workload is another issue. What can universities do? I've made one or two suggestions quickly in the interest of time. Two suggestions which are around building capacity of those who handle students on a continuous basis. The lecturers and especially the supervisors. The supervisor plays a very important role because the student and the supervisor build a relationship. And we've seen that there are about 4 issues around the supervisor's relationship, the student and supervisor's relationship, that need the lecturer, the supervisor, to actually to have them. Complaints from supervisees around the relationship between their supervisors is around their availability, around how much they interact and the nature of that interaction, and the support that the supervisor gives. So it's important that we, the student, understand that when you get into a supervision relationship, it's a relationship just like the other. And the supervisor also has to understand the same. It is like a relationship in a social situation. When you are friends or when you are intimate friends, there are expectations on both sides, which have to continue to be harnessed, and each side has to continue playing their part in that relationship. So as supervisors, there needs to be that confidence from the supervisee that you will be available when they need you, that you will be able to have a cordial and respectable relationship, as well as provide support to the student. But also the other aspect of the supervisor is in terms of competence as well as attitude. Those are other additional issues around this supervisor-supervisee relationship that the institution needs to build in the supervisors. We have increasingly got a lot of complaints from students indicating, or which point to also, lack of sufficient competence on the part of the supervisors. Competence could be this person has not had sufficient time in supervising. They have also just finished their PhD, and here they are, because of the demands, they are thrown on in the deep end to actually now carry the student on their back. So obviously that is not a student's problem, and it may partly not be the problem of the supervisor, but the institution to provide a conducive environment where the capacity for the supervisors are built so that they are able to have the necessary competences to look after the supervisees. The question of attitude also. So Let me just share with you the PhDs. I know my colleagues here will know that the Directorate of Research and Graduate Training, along those lines of some of the gaps that are institutional in providing a conducive environment that supports the supervisors, the DRGT is working very closely with the College of Education to come up with a curriculum. In fact, we've already come up with a curriculum for building the capacity of supervisors. So the curriculum is going to go through the processes so that it's approved, which will then mean that every supervisor, before they actually undertake supervision, they should have gone through that training so that they are given skills of how do you mentor a student, how do you provide some of these issues I've said, availability, your attitude, how do you become somebody that is a little bit more like a parent to a student, even though your supervisee might actually be older than you. So that is one development that I think will be an institutional mechanism for addressing some of the gaps that we have found that relate to student mental health challenges. The other one is to do with also continuously getting the counseling services on the ground and frequent and popularized. Some of you may have been with us here at the induction, during the induction this year of graduate students. We came with the manager for the counseling center. And from how he was talking, it was clear that many students don't seek for those services, and many students are shy. We have also a cultural problem around, being upfront about what you're going through, sharing, and using the support systems that are available. So the counseling services has designed a number of programs to work with the halls of residence, but also to work with other hostels that are off campus to try and look out for the challenges that graduate students are going through. Allow me to end there, but just to reiterate that it is crucial that we start more open conversations about mental health and well-being on campuses, to break down the stigma, to support students, to build up their emotional resilience, and to enable more people to seek support from counseling and other mental health services when things get tough. Thank you very much.
I think it should be louder. Yes, thank you very much. May I request the team from Directorate of Research and Graduate Training, those branded well as Usher, to ensure that they get the microphones. We are getting into a very brief discussion. Would like the audience to ask, you say your name and strictly one question. The question focusing on mental health and well-being. You've listened to Professor Julius Chikoma, but we know that you could also be having some pertinent issues that you would like him to respond to. We have an ushering team from the Directorate of Research and Graduate Training, and I know they are fast. Could they get the microphones? Kindly raise up your hand if you have. We already have people putting up their hands. Kindly get the microphone to them. The first session will have 5 questions. The issue, members, could we be first? So name and question. First round will manage 5 questions. Your name, question.
Thank you very much. My name is Nicholas Isaac Mukwana from Education. Last year in Chambogo, we lost a colleague, and they said that he had just graduated from Makerere University after spending 13 years on a PhD program. And members insinuated that the 13 years on the program could have had a hand in his death. And I don't know whether the directorate took that seriously. One of the things that cause mental issues refer to delay on the program. Some relate to finances. Graduate studies are very expensive. Personally, I am a teacher, I'm a student, I am a committed husband, I'm a father.
Wow.
All those challenges require financing.
Committed husband.
We want to work very hard. So if the directorate could help the graduate students in, especially for us from the arts, the sciences are okay, they really have finances. But for us, finances don't come our way.
Yeah.
Kindly, if you could come
The
in.
scientists are funded.
I want to thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have a hand here. Name, question.
Yeah, thank you. By the names Mama Nunu Simon. I have one question to Professor. Professor, thank you very much for the presentation. As a graduate student here, we have had cases, I don't know whether you are aware, that you truly said that we go through very many, stresses, and it is correct. And sometimes we don't have where to go. We have had cases where somebody thinks so and so can help me. You go there saying, no, that is your problem between you and your supervisor. And already you have failed to sort out that problem with your supervisor. Then two, another issue is that why we are here is because we want to acquire that knowledge. If we had known that knowledge which we have come for, we wouldn't be here. And therefore, when I write something and you take 6 months before I get the response, you talk of boring situation. Now, this is a working person, as my colleague has put, a husband, a father, a parent, is everything.
A mother.
A mother. Okay. Now, 6 months, you have written something. Our thinking is that even if it is a trust, please look through and give it back to us so that we respond. But now, given that rate, those things are there, given that rate, that means in 3 years, I may get maybe only 6 responses. And those 6 responses cannot make me move anywhere. There are our colleagues who packed and went away from the studies. Say, now I can't be in this kind of situation. They packed and went away. We have had cases where people take around 4 years on a proposal. When your admission is saying that you are here for 3 years. So really our appeal is that some of these issues should be looked into seriously. Otherwise, when you go out there, you begin to tell people that, let me go to Makerere University for maybe PhD. Say, you man, do you want to die there?
No, you will not die.
So if what the colleague has said that you take 14 years or 13 years on PhD, that means that my kid I produce when I join the PhD will also get me here. So this is a serious issue. It is good that the university is coming up with how they could address these issues. Thank you very much.
Okay, as we get the microphone to the next person, let me just recognize Professor Laura Orobia, Deputy Director, Graduate Research Center, MOBS. Okay. We also have Imojong Ronald, PhD student from Busitema University. Yes, your name and question. I also know that we have people online. We are going to give them time.
My name is
Who are
Odoi
putting
Pascari.
up their hands.
I'm a PhD student in medical anthropology from the Department of Sociology and Anthropology. I've just been recently appointed as an assistant lecturer in the Department of Sociology and Anthropology. And one thing that I've noticed is that as PhD students, there was a letter some time back that if you're a PhD student and you're teaching staff, you're supposed to be given only 6 hours, I think, per week. But I don't see that implemented in most of our courses. So you find you are a PhD student and at the same time you're taking almost 10 hours per week, which is quite a lot. I would implore Directorate of Research and Graduate Training to pick interest in that. Us who are academic staff and at the same time PhD student, I think there's need for sensitization, most especially of our supervisors and administrators in as far as seeing to it that, because it's again part of the appointment that you must finish your PhD within a given duration, yet also the job demand. And that's not the only demand that we have. We also have other demands, as our colleagues have mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, now I'm glad Professor Winza is in the room, Professor Julius Chukoma is in the room, Dr. Chizito Maria, you also sit on management. There is this feedback that can be dealt with about PhD students who are also lecturers or teaching. And the Director Quality Assurance, Dr. Cyprian Misinde, is online, together with Stephen Impilire, is also online. Now, to the online participants, I see a hand. I will give you a chance, but let me, do we have any? Oh, let's balance. So the first 3 questions were from PhD students who are male. So let's get now the first 2.
I already have a mic, madam.
Oh.
Handed to me by the people you entrusted.
Just a minute. Yes. But Gerard, you've looked the mic, but that is our President Emeritus, PhD fellows. Let us give him the opportunity, then we'll have the 2 from the PhD students who are female.
Thank you, MC. Quickly, I will go to the observations. I've also had a fair share of my stay at this institution. So, my observations, 1, graduate studies here are largely full-time and day. But you and me know probably 90% of your clients, the scholars, are either working or struggling, as my colleague mentioned. So there is a very serious misalignment between the people you are targeting and the design. Full-time and day. The people are looking for posh and beans out there. So that misalignment is largely responsible for the backlog. Number 2, we have always been warned, even before we come, PhD studies are very lonely. But when you benchmark from other institutions of learning that we read about, this issue of cohort admissions, I don't know why Makerere chose to admit all year through PhD studies. People come, get lost. When I came here, we were given a supervisor, 2 students, and we used, you know, we talk a lot in our corridors. The man abandoned. He could not afford the way the supervisor was relating with us. He said, you know what? I cannot handle. And he left. I have actually cancelled another one who had also left. And he has reluctantly decided to continue. So this issue of cohort admissions, where people come in a group and they are monitored very well through the system and then they leave. How come the university has not moved that way? What is the problem? Maybe today we can also hear that side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The chance now goes to female students. Name, question.
My
Members, I'm requesting let the question be brief so that we can capture it.
Okay. I'm glad I have the mic. My name is Mercy Amir. I'm a doctor from computer science. I was representing the dean. So I am wondering how to phrase my question. One, I would like to thank Professor for the comment or the strategy to capacity build us, the supervisors. It's a great initiative. I appreciate what everybody is saying, having been a student. My question is, are you going to do the same evaluation of mental health for the students, per se for the lecturers? What are we actually undergoing as supervisors that could actually cause the relationship issues? Because looking at one side may not be the solution for this particular scenario. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to get into a research paper. Uninformed supervisors have some issues. The PhD students also have some issues. Then we understand that issue, and then we find recommendations on how to deal with the issues. Name, question.
My name is Mbabas Jennifer from Education. I would like to appreciate the university. When I came here for masters, they said you will not finish masters in 2 years at Makerere.
No, just a minute. Who are the we? Some negative
yes.
voices. Okay.
And indeed, I finished it in 2 years. What I have seen, one.
Just a minute, your name again?
Mbabazi Jennifer.
Members, Mbabazi Jennifer completed her masters in 2 years, but there were those negative voices.
Yes, so I want also to encourage my colleagues that even when they are saying we will not finish PhD in 3 years, I believe we will. However, I have the following suggestions. One, to our bosses, we have this issue called cross-cutting courses. That is a challenge to us. We don't know who is in charge and who is responsible. Even when we attend, the certificates, they take years or months to be received. So we don't know who is concerned. We suggest they help us in that.
Jennifer, that is so good. Here, we are going to get the right answers because we have the former Director, Research and Graduate Training, Professor Buyinza. You have Professor Edward Bale there looking at you critically. So the answers are going to come through. Let's have the second suggestion.
The second suggestion, we always write and sign progressive reports. But those progressive reports, either they don't reach the right officers or they are not followed up. So, because if they were followed up, I don't see any reason why I'm here for 13 years. But maybe we fill them and they stop at the school levels. The next one.
Just a minute for the progressive reports. I hope that is being captured. But Stephen Mpidire from Quality Assurance Directorate, you're online. Help me track that because that also feeds into progress reports that are not captured. People need feedback.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate and welcome the idea of taught PhDs, but I also suggest that it should not be compulsory because the university will lose some customers and the clients. So I suggest as they deliberate in the Senate and the admin, they think about other customers.
So PhD, we will have a variety, PhD by research and the taught PhD, because we also have clients who have been asking for the taught PhDs.
Yes.
And may I request that you end, because let us also give the other people chance.
Yes, madam, this is very, very important.
And you made it last.
And indeed, it is the last one. I suggest to the bosses to our bosses, to always meet also to go to their different schools to have such meetings, because customers are there waiting for the bosses to listen to you and also to listen to us. Thank you.
Finally, for this session, because I said we would have 5 questions, but I don't know now whether the mathematics is working out. There's one person with a burning question. She put up her hand before I even started the Q&A. The other side. Yeah, but okay, after her, please ensure you give her the microphone. She put up her hand before we even started.
Thank you very much.
Name, question. Members, let's have one question.
Thank you very much. I'm Helen Dagire. I did my master's in Makerere University, and we had a bad joke. I am a 5th year of a 2-year course. Fortunately, I graduated as a 4th year of a 2-year course. So I chose to run away to another university for the PhD. And yes, there is some stress still. Now, my question, is there any plan for mental health as mental health professionals, for mental health help, where we have professionals from the mental health field, where we can run and do some venting? Otherwise, we always get very big challenges. We need help. That's that when you get a problem, we just don't go rumor mongering within ourselves and our families. But there are professionals who can help us out. Thank you.
Help me give the microphone to the other lady, the other side. Her hand has been up with a very burning, I don't know, comment. The other side.
Can I ask as the mic goes
No.
side?
Let's be disciplined. I'll give you a chance in the second session. I'm going to give you a chance in the second session. Let's first have the other person. Then people answer the questions. Then the next session, you'll be our first speaker, because I also have online, haven't handled them. So that's our last question. Then we'll have another round. The other round, I'll start with the people online. You'll be number 2. Then we see, I know we are not doing so well in terms of time, but this is also very crucial for us, mental health and wellness. Name one question, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Mutuzo Irene Esther. I'm an assistant lecturer in the School of Psychology, and I'm in my 2nd year of PhD studies. My question is around how is the university encouraging younger scholars like myself to pursue PhD studies. I recently attended a PhD summer school in Stellenbosch, and I was very shocked that you'll find scholars or students that are as young as 27 or 26 pursuing their PhDs. When I go out there and tell people I'm pursuing my PhD, I'm given weird eyes. At times people are like, are you okay? Are you mad? Have jobs failed? So what is the university doing? Because I know there are a lot of young people that have great ideas, amazing ideas, but the corporate world is taking them up, which is still okay, but we need these brains to also build on the literature and scholarly research. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We are going to have another round. For the second round, I'll start with the people online. Then I have a lady who had put up her hand, then we'll proceed. So permit us, because they'll get overwhelmed if the questions are so many. So let them first respond to the first set of questions, then we go into the second round. Wow, who is the best? Professor Visa, would you like to start it off, or it's Professor Chikoma? You have a microphone.
Thank you very much. I was a bit nervous when Rita accepted this Q&A, because I know this session can drag on the entire day. Some of you that might be aware, I joined DRGT, effectively management of PhD and master training programs at Makerere in 2008. And I left in 2023. That's about 13 years. The issues you are raising are quite pertinent and very close to my memory. These have been around for a while, but I'll respond to one or two. One, reduced teaching load. When you are pursuing your PhD, you need to be given a little bit of amnesty and reduced teaching load. And we have always advised that if possible, actually you should get what? Study leave. Therefore, process that with your head of department. Okay? Process a study leave with the head of department. It's your right. Okay? If you are faculty, you are tenured, you can get study leave. But you have to apply through the head of department and get it through staff development. That is one. Then all year round PhDs, Makerere adopted the cohort-based model. My brother Gerard, that is a good one. I will tell you, when you read literature, you'll find there are pros and cons of the different models. The cohort-based, where like undergraduate, we bring them in August and we take them through as a group to the end. Then the PhD one, whereby we say, yo, it is individual-based. You come in, we admit all year round. You come in with your project, we consider your case, your concept, we admit you, and we attach you to the doctor committee, and you continue. That one has been the traditional model we've had at Makerere. But we are considering the different models and see which one is best. Also, there was a question to do the teaching versus the research-based. I remember there was a question so do we now develop more curricula for the teaching, the taught PhD program? I will tell you that it's just like discussing mother is better than father, food is better than water. You remember those primary 4 debates? Then you go and tear each other, you fight each other because one is the proposer and the opponent. Today, if I brought that topic, that debate here, a topic, would you really be eager to participate in such a debate? Whether water is better than food or mother is better than father? Surely no. At our level, it wouldn't really pique your interest because you know these are useful, equally useful for different purposes, isn't it? Now, even the PhDs are like that. I will tell you, if you phoned me and I went through the taught one, coursework and then research project, then if you phoned me, I'd really urge you and promote my model. You get that? And then you meet the other one who went through basic research and wrote a thesis. He will also promote his. Differences are there, and each of them has got advantages and challenges. So you have to really identify which one, what suits you. Because if you are working class, you are working in South Africa, Juba, and you want to do a PhD at Makerere, you may not have all the time to come and sit in for the 3 years, isn't it? But then you can do the research whereby you are in close contact with your supervisor. So look at the context. The context matters. There was a question to do with the mental health of supervisors due to their challenges as well. We have said a PhD, completion of a PhD is effectively a function of 3 components. The quality, preparedness, supervision of the student, the supervisor, availability, attitude, and also maybe interest in your project, and also then the administration, the DRGT, the policies of the university. These 3 components must work in harmony. All of them must function. The supervisor, okay, is very critical to the completion time and also the quality of the work that you get out. Even also the skill that you acquire. Because if really it takes you, there are different models of supervisors. We know we have always discussed there are supervisors who may prefer to just work like a signpost. He will point. If you are going to Ginger, this way. Then you have to go on your own. There are others that really bon voyage. They want you to go along with them. Almost every section, every stage, you are with them. They are advising you. You know, like that river of life methodology. Every challenge you meet, they are there with you and they will advise. Then you move, you know, you hear it is a bit better, you accelerate, you move faster, they are with you up to completion. Different styles. There are those that are laissez-faire, there are those democratic, there are those that are different styles. In supervision, we can go through the different styles and which one works best. Now, of course, supervisors also need to be retooled and capacitated at all times. And we are talking about pedagogy, supervision training. In all universities that I know, okay, nobody is given supervision rights for eternity. That now you have a PhD, so you supervise for the 50 years you are in university service. It doesn't work. Ever after 3 years, you have to undergo training and they give you a certificate. Okay? Because disciplines are changing. They are emerging issues, isn't it? The supervision style my supervisor used and which I've used over years may not be appropriate today. You get that? You get what I mean? So that's where we are going. Jennifer, people finish a PhD. I know many that have finished PhDs on record time. I was praising Honorable Dr. Peace Mutuzo here. She finished it, I think, in less than even 3 years. She finished it in less than 3 years. Why? She's a minister, and people think that because of her political weight, maybe she was favored. Not at all. She's one of the most hardworking people I've met here at Makerere. That lady would come. She was reading from this Makerere Leadership Center. She would come at 3 for almost 3 years, at 3 up to, and she leaves at 9. Okay? All of our supervisors knew if they needed her, they would find her there for 3 years. You know? So it is really about you as well. People are finishing in 2.5 years. College of Health Sciences, people are finishing in 2 years. Because they come when they have already conceptualized the idea, they come in to really, you know, they hit the road running. So it is very possible. Let me tell you a story. We did a study, we did a survey here, and we discovered that funded students were extending their candidature. One who is funded with a generous sort of scholarship, they had no reason to finish their PhD. After all, this is more paying than even my job. I'm a better environment, I keep around with friends. Why should I finish very fast? So, until you have to force them to get out and finish. It was about to happen even with the CEDA project. But then we instituted almost quarterly reporting, and your scholarship was contingent upon satisfactory performance. If you fail here, we terminate. We switch off the tap, and the resources don't flow. You improve, we open. That's how we were moving. And people finished on time. Lastly, progressive reports are very good. Nobody should lie you that we don't follow them. I was in DRGT. We follow them, we track, and we monitor and appraise progress. Therefore, never lax and relent on submission of these progress reports. Then also, I know, 50th year on a 2-year course. I will tell you that we've had here, I've had very many master students, even courses that people think are very complicated, that had even brought their intent to submit their dissertation after 1 year. And we said no. Our master program is 2 years. You cannot finish in 1 year. It is very possible. Identify those, what we call the high-flying points of your study program. Get the coursework right. Finish it in time. Immediately conceptualize and develop your proposal on time. Be attached to a supervisor. Work closely with the supervisor. Supervisors are human beings. No supervisor will ever delay your work if he sees really you are committed, interested, and, you know. No. But if you also give and take half a year before you come to check on, you'll be sure they'll also take their time. How do we encourage younger scholars? We've done a lot to encourage younger scholars to take on PhD programs at this university. We have improved the policies and systems we take you through. Scholarships are lately available here. Even in the humanities, we've had some scholarships. That is a financing mechanism and investment to enable you also work with the least financial hardships. And also, there's our supervisors. We talk to them regularly. The doctor committee, for example, should sit regularly and appraise your performance. If there is any weak area, for example, supervisor, the doctor committee, which is the expanded committee of supervisors, should be able to intervene early enough. Okay? Even yourself, you can come to the director and say, I'm facing a challenge with the supervision, ABCD. There are also mitigation plans. We can intervene early. Don't come after 5 years and my supervisor was not cooperating. No. Come early in time such that we can offer appropriate intervention. There are many other questions. My colleagues will respond. Time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions. And my brother's done a very good job on a good number of them. The first one, which was re-echoed by another, I think, third person or second, which I noted here as, it looks like our programs, and especially PhD, with that length of time, could be labeled as murderous PhDs. People end up dying because of the experience and other things. Here is my response, and to be quick. Most of the challenges have been that the nature of the PhDs have been, open-ended. You apply anytime, and you basically are with your supervisor. So you're on that journey. No one is, following up. Everything that requires you to really move in a very systematic way is dependent on you two, the supervisor and the supervisee. Now that has changed. Not long ago, the Senate approved our proposal as DRGT to have a framework for the curriculum for PhD by research, meaning that it is now more structured, and it will have progressive milestones that have to be reached and when they must be reached and so on. And come next academic year, which is starting in August, we are rolling it out. And we are requiring that every unit in the university should now write out its curriculum for PhD by research, following that framework, which has a structure. Basically, it's 3 years, but it defines what do you do each and every semester of the 3 years. For the student, what must you achieve in the first semester, and so on. So, combined with that is what was launched yesterday, the Research Information Management System. We have been lacking, a system that tracks. So when we have the curriculum and the things that you must achieve tracked, and everyone on the decision-making chain for every student can access on the system to see your progress, and you are also on the system to see what is happening when you give work to your supervisors. We think that many of these challenges are actually going to be reduced tremendously. There's no doubt about that, because even though you, the supervisor, is delaying and the student does not have sufficient power to complain, now the system allows for the supervisor of the supervisors to see when did you submit the work to your supervisor and how long has he or she taken with it. So we think these two developments are really going to change the face of PhD training, and in addition to encouraging all university departments to ensure that all their programs are written out properly and what is expected of students is very clear. And we think that it will also address this question of there are many things that you are asked to do that look like, you know, they don't have a purpose, including these progress reports. Some of you might find that the progress reports are asked when maybe you're asking for reinstatement and so on. But now with a tracking system, all these things are going to actually be useful. So I think we will stop having murderous programs. We will have programs that actually enhance the efficiency of both the students in producing the outputs, but also the efficiency of the university to actually graduate students. Also, the policies have been revised, and some of them have been there, but we've not been applying them. The policy of admitting students on cohort actually exists, but we've not been effecting it. But now with a structured program that we have out there, we are now going to also have an opportunity to have cohorts or intakes for PhD by research, such that even if you apply anytime, but you are admitted at a particular point in time, so that it is easy to track you. And it is easy to actually have a group or to have a cohort. But as it has been, and you rightly noted, Gerard, you came in at different times. You don't really have a group. It's difficult to assemble you and call you a cohort because people are coming in at different times. So all that are really going to be a thing of the past with these developments that we have shared with you. Feedback takes long. Of course, I've already told you about how this whole the process, the system is going to change all that process, and it is going to hold each one on the system accountable. The issue, Gerard, you mentioned around misalignment. Predominantly, people are full-time. I mean, are not able to be full-time, and yet curriculum requires them to be full-time. It's more of a curriculum, and we, as the directorate, we are the secretariat to the board of graduate training, research and graduate training, which approves the curriculum from the units. One of the new developments in that is that we are requiring and encouraging units to design a master's program and other programs in such a way that, you know, for instance, if someone is not able to take off 2 years to do their master's, can we have the curriculum designed in such a way that if they finish the first year, they could go with a postgraduate diploma? And then when they have when they have another time where they can take off another year, they can come back and do just the other part on the master's program, mainly research, and they get a master's. It is being done in other universities. Our curriculum had been a bit so fixed, but now we've made it so flexible. Many programs are now being written both with a postgraduate diploma, which you can get, then later can come. So we are starting to have design of curriculum that is now responsive to the nature of the client in that way. The supervision training that I have mentioned is going to actually address those issues of mental health also for the supervisors, because the curriculum not only addresses what they must do in terms of being good supervisors, but also their own issues around mental health. There is a mentoring component on the curriculum, so we are going to be able to see that if supervisors have issues around mental health, this curriculum is going to help in supporting that. There is also another that I didn't mention here, but there is another program of actually generally lecturers, not just supervisors, to also undergo pedagogy so they know what it means to be a teacher, because many of them have come in on the strength of having done very well, but not prepared to actually teach at the university. That curriculum is going to be helpful. We have also embedded it in the PhD's program itself. It's now going to be compulsory that as a PhD, during the course of your time, you also learn how to teach, because we have recognized that when you qualify with a PhD, you are likely going to take up some kind of teaching role. So you must be prepared for that as well. Apart from having the research skills, you must also be prepared for that. So that has also been inbuilt in the new developments in our curriculum. I think the rest, I'll leave it. The financial one, I'll leave it to the director to handle. It's too tough for me.
Thank you very much. Members, it is midday, and you saw different people coming here to guide on a few things because we started an hour late. This is the advice I've received. Could we have the people with the questions writing them down? And then we have Joseph, the president here, Claire, Joseph, Alina Itwe, ensuring that you get the questions through, and then ensuring that the questions will be responded to by the right people. Otherwise, it's midday. And to the online people, I remember I had requested 2 people, but what I'm requesting is, it's midday. I can still say hand up, but kindly write the question. And then Claire, that is the president, Joseph, and Aina Itwe Rugendo will ensure that the questions are received and responded to by the right people. It's midday and we haven't taken tea. And the tea was prepared and it was ready for serving from 10:30 a.m. Bear with me. Please write the questions. There's also a lady I had requested. Kindly write your question. Claire is the president. We have Joseph. We have Alnaitwe Regendo. Please ensure the questions come through, and then we'll see that the questions are answered or all addressed by the right officers. Now, let us have, we are going to have strictly 2 group photos, then we go for lunch. Sorry. Yeah, midday lunch. Then we go for, not breakfast, for break tea, I think. Okay. So, the camera team, we already have the team seated here. I'm just going to request first Professor Laura Orobia, Deputy Director, Graduate Research Center, MOOPS, kindly also join the first photo. And kindly get to the stage. That is Professor Laura Oropia, Deputy Director, Graduate Research Center. Deputy Principal Courses. Okay. Deputy Principal Courses and Deans present. Deans present. Then after that, we'll have another photo. The people seated will remain seated, and then at the stage, and then we'll have the PhD executive joining that photo. Some people will sit, the rest can stand behind. Members, if you know you're a member of the PhD executive, kindly join the photo. I hope we are smiling, right? And then the PhD students in the room, if you can be first, kindly join the photo if you wish to be part of the next photo. PhD students, this is your day. Are you PhD students? Those who wish to join the photo, kindly join. And let's use 2 minutes. If by 2 minutes you're not yet here, this will be a representative sample. So this is the annual forum for graduate research and policy dialogue, day 2. Yeah, I think we can have that number. That is a representative sample. Kindly face the camera crew. The president, that is Claire, for the PhD fellows will ensure that the PhD students, you will get that photo. So it's time for tea. Let us go for tea. I don't know how to call this type of tea, but let us call it break tea, served at midday. As you go for tea, please carry all your valuables with you. Kindly carry all your valuables, money, laptop, camera, everything that you value. Please go with it. Your handbag, your laptop, your camera, money, everything that is valuable, please go with it as you go to have a cup of tea. And I request that we use 20 minutes and we'll return. Claire, Joseph, and the entire PhD executive will ensure that you receive on the PhD WhatsApp group that particular photo that has been taken. In the interest of time, members, we are going to use 20 minutes to have our break tea. And then you return to participate in the next sessions in line with our program. A polite reminder to the people online, please write your questions. Claire, Joseph, Alinaito Lugendo, the entire PhD executive will ensure that your questions are captured and they will be addressed or responded to by the right offices. To the people who are inside the auditorium, please, this is to remind you, if you have questions about mental health and awareness, kindly write the questions down and give the notes or notices to the PhD executive, the questions will be responded to. Let us, Gerald Joseph, please go for tea so that we are able to return in 20 minutes for the parallel sessions. Kindly carry all your variables, handbag, laptop, camera, everything that you hold valuable. Please ensure you have it, including your phone. And then let us return after 20 minutes. To the online participants, I know wherever you are, you have a glass of juice or water or a cup of tea or coffee. So kindly, we are breaking off for 20 minutes. Kindly also use that time to enjoy your juice wherever you are. Water, coffee, tea, and then let us return after 20 minutes. For the other sessions that are going to follow after tea, it is Joseph, Claire, Davis Rabu, Dr. William Tayewa, and Professor Julius Chikoma, who will be guiding us. Thank you very much.